Hello world, I'm Nat, and today we're going to continue playing Danganronpa 3. And I think we're just about to start the class trial. So, it's been a few days. So, let me go ahead and recap all my truth bullets first. Let me just skim through it here. We had 2 people die last time, so this is gonna be interesting. Angie was the victim. She died at 2 a.m. Fatal stab wound to the back of the neck. Okay. Second victim is Tenko. Victim's body was discovered in the vacant room 4th floor. Stash time 11 a.m. Forehead injury. Considering the laceration injury on the victim's forehead was not bleeding as much as it should. Okay. Blade piece of duct tape. Already hair, blood already dried. Blood that was flowing from the back of Angie's head created a pool. Okay, interesting. So Angie did have this wound on her head that seemed inconsequential for some reason. Okay. Blade piece of duct tape stuck to her hair. The blood on it had already dried. Blood that was flowing from the back of Angie's head. Okay. Necronomicon. This one has all the steps on the resurrection. Looks like she wasn't able to complete it though. Gold leaf katana. Very familiar clue. I think it's I'm not sure if it's a callback on purpose or not to the first game. FGs were hung upside down. And yeah, my theory right now is that whoever did the murder purposely put these upside down to obfuscate the fact that it was used as a mechanism to lock the door. You can see Kaide's wax figure there with the sword in her. I bet they spun it around before they left, so that way the hilt of the katana locked the door. The door has a sliding lock, yeah. Yep, yeah, there's gold on it. Okay, Tsumugi's account. And she locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab since yesterday. Working on the ritual, she would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. Okay, these were the council members. I'm not sure if Tenko would count anymore since she betrayed them. Front door. This one has a cylindrical lock. It was locked. Okay. Kokichi can lockpick. These are all the steps to their ritual for the seance. I ain't reading all that. Keybill has the ability to have a flashlight, so that's a thing. That's a cage used for the seance. Okay. Oh yeah, forgot. There we go. Shuichi and Kokichi place this over Tenko. Okay. It has her blood over it. Loose floorboard. Yeah. So remember that room had a trap door in it. Stone for she rested her head on. She was in crouch position. Injury in the back of her neck was deep. Probably not enough to kill her immediately. I wonder if it's a similar wound in the back of the neck, just like Angie. Okay, the statue on top of the cage. Okay. There's blood on the back of it. Okay. On the sheet covering the cage. The magic circle. Yeah, so it's impossible for us to actually know if someone stepped on the circle after Tenko was murdered because of all the commotion. At least I think that's what the clue's saying here. I wonder, isn't this the same corner that let's see, Himiko was on? Is it possible she snuck under here and then murdered Tenko? Plausible. Actually, no, it doesn't look like it. conventional logic would say that anyone in the room at the time was not capable of murdering Tenko then. So that rules out me, Himiko, Kyo, and the other guy. Okay, during scene was loud. Well, it was completely dark. The sickle was used, okay. It probably came for Ultimate Assassin's Lab, okay. Mountain blood that was on the ground floor, room sands held. It was far from where Tank was. Yeah, so this one I'm not able to make sense of quite yet. There was already dried blood there from before. Quite far from where Tenko's blood was dripping. Yeah. Crosspiece under the floor. Okay, Kokichi. Best getting floor. So the other rooms also has similar. Okay. Okay. Okay, so right now I have no theories on who did it. I think considering all the different things going on in this case now, I'm not going to try too hard to figure out too much. I'll just let the clues guide me. Just follow the facts.
Oh dear.
It would appear we are all gathered. It seems there are less and less of us.
Oh.
Less friends mean it that much harder to solve mystery.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. I'm sure you've gotten a little smarter by now, Gonta. Yeah, Gonta do his best to help. I want you to graduate from super idiot level to at least Kaito idiot level.
What?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Are you okay?
Yeah, more importantly, are you okay, Kaito?
Ah.
Yeah, I'm feeling better now, but Sugoi, Maki Roll sure does pack a punch.
I don't know.
It's your fault. You don't need to worry about our dwindling numbers. Only dipshits have died so far.
That being said,
I know it's a tall order, but try to use your brains this time and not have to use mine. So I don't have to use mine.
booyah!
These golden brain cells of mine are a gift to the entire world.
Unacceptable.
It's as though every time you open your mouth, you become less likable.
Rest in peace.
Atwa, please, lend us your power.
But
It may be difficult for us to rely on Atwa, considering what happened to Angie, whom Atwa loved most of all.
well, you know.
She shouldn't have relied on Atwa in the first place. But seriously, it's kind of funny seeing a robot believe in a god, especially Atwa.
I also.
So what? Robots can believe in God.
Indeed.
Actually, before I met Angie, I had a similar experience. Hearing voices, I mean. You might call it an inner voice. It tells me what to do whenever I'm in trouble.
Got a minute?
How long are you going to say that for? Atwa and ghosts don't matter right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, the trial this time's gonna be rough. We got caught in Monokuma's trap.
Huh?
His trap.
That's right.
He probably made the fourth floor so scary on purpose to prevent me from investigating.
Oh, right already.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. Ellipses.
Hey, so
Shuichi, say something.
Huh?
What should I say? Rumble, rumble, rumble. And as usual, we walk toward the elevator in silence. As soon as we were remaining survivors stepped ahead. We descended. Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevators seemed to move faster. And so we fell, faster and faster, downward into the black. The elevator stopped. And just like always, the doors part slowly. The light that shines on us from the other side. The bright light of our future. Or is it?
Uh-oh.
Boy, they look really depressed. Must be because there's even less participants now. Don't say they look depressed. You'll make Mono damn sad. Ellipses. As much as I love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth. Let's hurry up and get this started.
Extreme!
At last, the class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy to your heart's content. Third class trial was about to begin. Angie Yonaga, the ultimate artist. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try to prevent the killing game. Then, Tenko Chabashiro, the ultimate Aikido master. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. Is that really the blurb we're gonna give her? Okay. The two who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. And who was the one who killed them? Was it one person? Two different people? We need to pin that down this class trial. In order to live, we have to find the truth. And I will fight for it. I will fight for the truth and lies in this class trial. Okay, let's save. All right. Let us begin. Yeah, we have skill points now to buy. We have 9 points now. Let's see if I can buy anything. Okay, I think I'll do the one for Hangman's Gambit. Sometimes it's just like, the key word in the first speaker's argument will be shown from the start. Saint Miko's alone. Reveals V-point effective during non-stop and mass pack debates. I'm not sure what that means. What's a V-point? Increased amount of letter cubes I can... Psych Taxi wasn't that bad. Make it easier to push the opponent back during blade lock. Removes the penalty for breaking non-erasable piece, effective during imagination excavation. Tension gauge will increase at a faster rate, effective during argument armament. I think I'll do this one. Silences all conversations up those the breath goes on. Alright.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this...
Sorry,
Oops.
everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time.
It's kind of... I don't know, sussy how Kaito has been out of action for a while.
Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Ellipses.
Who did it? Who killed Angie and Tenko?
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student. Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
I'm pretty sure the ritual was never completed.
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I'm actually clear things up here. Okay, let me go ahead and save whenever I see blue text. We'll do a new save here. FG's
This crime was
Necronomicon.
committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
Who killed them?
Oh! So, ritual did work?
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes, Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Please, stop it!
This isn't about believing and reviving this dead. I have to focus on their statements. One of those statements correct?
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates!
No!
So, ritual did work? That's wrong!
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded.
I read the fucking manual.
According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual.
Okay, and there are the rules. It says you have to burn the book. We know that. I'm not reading all the lines.
If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, Gonta think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second! I can't let that comment stand!
Where's this going?
Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life.
People die when they're killed.
But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
But it's true. I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive. You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Monodum is still alive, though.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible!
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Who did it?
It probably wasn't Tenko, I'm assuming.
Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this. I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
What? Why?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Do you now?
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie! Oh yeah! I'm a fucking genius!
Is Kurokiri really the culprit? And did the facts fit the case? Let me check the... I mean, there are two entrances and they were both locked. should think about it from the beginning.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
What does Tsumugi's account say again? She would not have unlocked the door unless... Okay. And she had locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab since yesterday. Working on the ritual, she would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her. Okay.
And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie! Booyah! I'm a fucking genius!
Maybe I can use the locked door, actually.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
Because I don't think Tsumugi's account...
And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon.
You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kiyo. I did not care about some katana.
Just admit it, you shit. You went to the classroom.
Oh no!
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
I don't understand how the clues line up, damn it. Fuck. Alright, Tsumugi's account.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see. So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing,
Kiyo.
I did
not care about some
katana.
Just admit it, you shitty. You went to the classroom, broke and murdered the fuck out of Angie.
Why did that bounce
the
off?
culprit used a katana to kill Angie.
And it was found in Kiyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kiyo, suspicious. But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
The hint it gave me is about how it wouldn't open, how she wouldn't open it.
About that thing, Kiyo. I did not care about some katana. Just admit it, you shitty worm. You went to the
classroom.
That's wrong!
I thought I hit it the last time we did it. Fuck.
No, Kiyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab.
Okay, I think we were able to recover our influence from that, so it's a net 0. Should be fine.
Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kiyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kiyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Oh, how clever.
Kappa.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
Yeah, we can't leave that out of a possibility right now.
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
You mean one of those 2 people? 'Cause a robot ain't people, Jack!
Oh, the robophobia.
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these accusations just a tad too hasty?
Yeah, let's go back to the facts.
What else? The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi? Well...
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
It doesn't look like it's MO either. No offense to Gonta, but if he were to murder someone, it'd be a little bit more messy, probably.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez. I'm
Gonta
not the
We're
culprit.
not the culprit.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be a suspect.
And not betray student council.
And
It's utterly impossible.
A dead chick can't be the culprit!
Only student council members had access. I didn't know robots told such boring lies.
Is that a robophobic remark?
Why is that there? Why is that an option? I think we used the lock picking on Kokichi here. There were several suspicious statements, but there's one obviously inconsistent. I'll listen carefully, sort these statements in my head, and find the right answer.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must
And not betray student council.
That's utterly impossible. Not just anyone could open that door. Only student council members had access.
I heard it! No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
Okay, let's save.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Yeah, we know this fact. Don't need to read the lines.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it. I killed Angie.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then wham! Killed Angie. The culprit was me, all along.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins. And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
We have to prove it anyways. I'm not gonna trust his confession. This guy's full of shit.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie. Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
What different method?
Yeah, Mumbles.
Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was...
The back door.
That's it! The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
The tool used? Katana.
I see it! The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy.
I'm glad we brought this up quicker than before. In the previous case, it would have taken like half the trial to get there.
The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
So the gold leaf was on the sliding lock
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Monokuma here is like, that's a classic.
Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana to move the sliding lock, right? But wait, how did they move it with the katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
This is the only thing about the case I understand. After this, I'm stuck, guys.
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigies hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
For a different purpose. What could that have been? The corporate somehow used the setup to lock the room. In that case, I need a little reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. It was to obfuscate that they used the effigies as a way to lock the door. Alright, synthwave music. Play. Lower the controls again. Accelerate. concentrate. That's it. There's no brakes on this thing. Ah, fuck. What turned the handle of the time lock? Kind of still. Good. Why is the frame rate so shit now? Well, it's done to make the katana turn locked. Pain effigies. Time was stabbed into an effigy. Oh god, that's a long one. How the effigy manipulate to make the katana effect lock? I'm sure there's a shorter way to phrase that sentence. Oh. Spinning it.
It connects! That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy.
Wait, you're telling me Shuichi found this out right now? Come on, man. You could have figured that out earlier. Alright. The one thing about the case I was able to deduce, guys. We're running blind now.
Was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist. Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock.
You have to position it perfectly, though, because as he spins the rope, the effigy will be at a higher height. So.
And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Then again, considering the setup, they could have spun it up enough so that you can reliably count on the effigy spinning multiple times, giving you multiple chances to hit the lock.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked.
It's not the most contrived plan, but still, there's a bit of luck to it, I feel.
By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us.
Shut up, weeb.
Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
As if that was going to stop anyone.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we'd think it was some kind of ceremony. That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Man, you guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
Or are
Telling
you?
the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claimed to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me? And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
Now that just makes it look like it just makes him more suspicious now.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Why that specifically? Me? Why?
Okay, I'll start right now.
No, don't.
Alright, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
You. I can't hold it up anymore.
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
This is a little too lewd. I'm sorry.
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it.
Like, I'm a pretty tasteless person here, but even then, this is a little much. Okay, who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it.
Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Really? Oh shit. It keeps lowering the bar. The game just keeps lowering the bar. Wow.
Come, dumpster!
Amazing. I can't believe a game actually has this in there.
Finally! Someone finally called me a cum dumpster!
This is an actual part in the game, guys. Wow. The fuck?
What should we talk about now?
Well, probably not come.
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council. Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
Me? A suspect? Never kill Angie!
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider! Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
Suspect Rangers?
The Sus Rangers?
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
We might catch them with their pants down!
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list?
I'm gonna save just in case.
Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Did Tenko have to die?
Huh?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but... Can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie's?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
What do you mean?
The 2 victims could have been killed by 2 separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We've got to figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless. Did you suggest that to waste our time?
It's not meaningless!
Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give 2 shits about Tenko when she was alive. But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Kokichi, enough!
No. It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko. Worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously. It's way too late to realize that now. Our only option is to face her death head on.
Face her death?
Himiko, I understand what you're going through. So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Kaito. Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tenko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is... Death Curse!
What a lovely name.
Suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Kaito.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Maybe we should try doing our seance.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. But that was an abrupt change of topic. Was that intentional?
So what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Towncrouch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
Towncrouch!
The people who attended the seance.
That's it!
It took me a while to read all the names.
It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those four are the culprits!
Oh, Himiko still culprit?
Well, that's probably just a coinky-dink. The most suspicious out of the four is really... Kyo. He suggested the whole seance idea.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in.
Oh, he's pulling up
It
that
was
fact.
Himiko.
Okay, and which of these shall we use? Mill run. Mill run's always best for the stuff. Very well. Okay.
Oh, right.
Interesting. That was kind of sussy when she picked it up, when she picked the room. But, who knows? And that quarter, also, possibly.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
The point of entry from outside. You must be referring to. Okay. The floorboards are in Tenko were loose. Look how I've gone from under the floor to there. Oh. There's another location that could have entered and exit without using the area.
Damn it!
Damn it. They could have entered from the other room, but fine. This one then, right? Is it there?
Oh no!
The fuck?
I was wrong!
I'm about to lose everything
Oh
to this.
no! Oh no!
Alright. It's time to start systematically pressing everything here. I thought they were entering in from the floorboard from another room.
Oh no!
There's nothing else in this picture.
I was wrong!
I mean, I thought it was the corner here. Ah!
I was wrong! Oh no!
It's not in this picture. You have to enter from the other room. What are they talking about? The Rock?
I was wrong!
All right. Let me just end this, end the game right there and load it up again. Let me look it up actually. See trial 3 picture guide. Ah, fuck it. Nah. I'm just gonna brute force it. I'm worried I might spoil it for myself if I look it up online. We'll just have to figure it out by manually clicking every corner of the fucking picture. But they had to have entered in from the other room, right? The floorboard in the other room. They could have gone through there. That's what I thought. Oh. Let me lower the volume.
Also, we should not limit. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Point of entry from the outside. I don't know. I thought it was the trap door.
was wrong! There!
It was the corner?
You're talking about under the floor, right?
God damn it. It was the corner. But I picked the wrong part of the corner. Fuck!
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person can move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Okay, that fuck up's not. Well, that fuck up was not my fault.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me. Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer. The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
True that with a little light, you can move the floor forward. Is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance. By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
It's just throwing me off that he's talking about a clue I already have. It's true that with a little light you can move around under the floor. But is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Maybe what we're getting at here is it would have been too bright, the flashlight.
By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I want to go with candle. But what supports candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
A hole that was in the corner of the room the seance was held in. There's space on the floor so you can see what was dropped there. Someone could have dropped a candle through the floor.
Huh? No,
Maybe.
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Maybe I can use hole in the corner. With
The culprit sneaked in
the candle.
under the floor. Dark. You see,
You mean candle?
No.
oh no! The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, the light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used the function to get under the floor.
I don't understand.
Damn it!
I wonder if this is another translation thing
The
that didn't
culprit
do
sneaked in
well.
during the seance by crawling under the floor.
Pitch black during. I couldn't even see if they were under the floor.
It wasn't dark. You see, our villain had a light.
I was wrong!
Huh.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance.
Let me try every clue on it now. I'm not sure what it's trying to hint at right now.
It wasn't dark under the floor. Our villain had a light.
I don't understand what it wants me to think here.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were
This
under
floorboard?
the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm on Alt F4. Fuck it. It's so frustrating. I think it's a language thing. I can't make sense of the words they're giving me right now. I'm sure it'll make sense once we figure out what connects with what. Yeah. But yeah, this is one of the sucky things about non-stop debates. Sometimes it's just phrased in a way that doesn't make sense, and the clues just don't line up right.
Another suspect?
Hey Google, turn on lights. Okay, let's just
The
see what
culprit
they
sneaked
say.
in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second!
True, that's a little light. You can move around under the floor. But is that possible?
The culprit sneaked in during the seance. By crawling under the
Maybe the loose floorboard indicates that someone is crawling around. It hit themselves.
floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean, Kibo's flashlight function.
Huh? Now, hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor.
Used his function to get under the floor.
And sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Hold on a second.
I'm beginning to think of Kokichi. He hit his head against the floorboard. That's why there's blood on the other side of it. But I'm not sure how to use these clues in this non-stop debate. I give up. It's probably going to take too long for me to figure it out otherwise. Danganronpa version 3. Walkthrough. Chapter 3. Daily life. Prowl. Let me not read. Use hole in the corner to shoot. Our villain had a light. Really? The hole in the corner? Villain had a light? How? Let me check the bullet again.
Sneaked in during the seance.
The hole was in the corner. There was space under the floor, so you can see what was dropped there.
By crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
That's wrong! I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor.
Yeah, so that didn't make any sense to me at all. I'm already lost, guys. Fuck. Like, it's possible that the killer wasn't Kibo, right? I'm okay with that. I'm definitely okay with that. But I don't know how this clue lines up. Alright, explain to me, Shuichi.
There was a hole in the corner of the room.
Yes, we know that. And I guess that meant that maybe someone could snuck down there.
If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
Did I mention that earlier? We could, like, there are floorboards all over the place. We could have seen, my thought was that if it was Kibo, it didn't matter if there was even a hole there. You would have seen it through the cracks. It would have been noticeable either way. Okay, so that's how those clues lined up. The hole in the floor was the way you would have seen the light from the ground, even though you probably could have seen it anywhere else. Like Kibo's flashlight, at least. It would have been bright enough to illuminate everything in the fucking floor. So not only would you have seen it there, you would have seen it anywhere else on the floor because of the crevices. I was thinking too detailed. I should have just focused. Actually, you know what? No, it was still... Kibo could have lowered the brightness of his flashlight, in which case he wouldn't have noticed it leaking through the floor. So it doesn't matter. This clue doesn't help at all.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
There was definitely a candle underneath the floor. Anyone could have done it, even Kibo. He could have just lowered the brightness, so that's why I couldn't figure it out. Because this clue doesn't make sense.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
Damn it. I don't know. It's so... I don't know what the rules are. The game never explains whether or not it's impossible for a light to shine through the cracks of the floor. It doesn't explain how bright the candle or the flashlight is. So if you don't know those two things, it's really hard to link those two segments together, I feel. I know it's just copying on my end, but I feel like the game doesn't make it clear enough for you. This one part here.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats. My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny? Gonta think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from under floor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that.
We're referencing the second game now.
That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too. But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Her corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Oh, wait. Now I get it. The blood on the floorboard, the dry blood, is Angie's blood. The culprit set it up there as a marker. Ah. It's coming together now. I see.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right? If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
Who fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however. Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
Alright. Hold on, I need to use Russian, so I'll be right back. Okay, we're back.
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
Tanko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
Okay, we remember this part. Don't need to read those lines.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think.
She wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads.
Huh?
Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think! If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
The fuck?
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit!
There's no doubt!
Tenko not being killed during the seance. That might not be impossible, but there's no evidence for it.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
There we go.
That's wrong!
The blood on the blanket
No,
indicates it had to be.
It wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted.
Finally, clues that made sense.
Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it. That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
What? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here! No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
Yeah.
died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tanko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gaps of... And that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo!
Okay. I'm too busy playing the minigame to understand what was going on.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gap. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit. And that's none other than Kyo! The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Okay, it has to be the
blade's
other
all you
one.
need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Huh?
Oh no!
Okay, we'll have to use another one.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Huh?
Oh no!
The blade's all you
Okay.
need.
Marker stone then.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
I'll cut through your words!
Okay. Alt F4. We're doing that again. How's the marker stone that? That didn't make sense. Explain, game. Oh wait, we were already operating under the assumption that the sickle was used, but I don't think Mia is doing that right now, so we have to dismantle that argument. Okay. That's why we have to use the stone, because the stone would block the katana.
Because the inside of the white... That
What?
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I've got your remodel right here! No.
The problem with these minigames is that I'm so busy playing the game, I don't know what the argument actually is.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gaps of the cage. And that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko, sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Okay.
I'll cut through your words!
Okay. That's why. I wasn't paying attention to the argument. That's why. I was so...
Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage.
That's kind of what I hate about these minigames, though. If there's a timer on it, I can't think, so I can't pick the right clue. It hurts too that I'm streaming it, so I can't think because my attention's on screen. Even though no one's watching this, I have to keep my focus on here just to make sure the stream's up. So, yeah, my brain was operating at 10% capacity there. Okay.
She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
Then I messed up again? How could this happen? I am so embarrassed.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
How embarrassing!
If Shuichi is right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, for a living person.
Huh?
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
Let's not go off on a
You don't
tangent
know
here.
that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Don't say stupid stuff like that. Screw spirits.
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Why are we doing this? Can we just get to the actual
Kiriko?
discussion?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible. Spirits can't be culprits.
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done that!
wait, I know. What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage? If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No, if there was someone else in the cage, we would have
I agree
noticed.
with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
You do?
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
The thing she's referring to. I'm actually not sure. Alright, we're running out of time. I'm not sure, so I'm just gonna say Himiko. Who could have killed Tenko from inside the cage? Okay, let me actually think about it. We have 40 seconds here. Tenko herself. Really? We're gonna go with a
I
suicide
believe
option
Maki
here?
is referring to Tenko herself.
Really? We already had one suicide in the first game, and technically not a suicide in the second game, but very close to one. Do we really want to go down this path again?
What did you say? Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
She committed suicide.
Suicide?
If she committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out. She volunteered to be in the cage and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
I don't know.
It doesn't make sense to me.
We can't have another suicide, right?
There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right? Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial, so she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her. Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else.
What if all of that was just a lie?
A lie?
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other?
That is a valid question, actually.
People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
The only reason I suspected Himeko first was she seems small enough to fit through the floorboard. Even then, though, I don't know. I'm not buying Tenko committing suicide. Not quite yet. It just doesn't seem to line up yet. With Sakura in the first game, you know, there's you know, you could interpret what she was saying as, you know, a suicide. But here, I don't know, Tenko's last words just don't line up with it.
Naive?
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking. That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself.
In the heart of the
If you
cards.
get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them. That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
I don't know. I still don't feel it's a suicide. I don't know. It's not working. It doesn't... My brain can't... It doesn't line up quite right.
Whether or not I believe, my heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down.
There's just something very sussy about that candle underground. I feel like it can't be Tenko, if that was the case.
That's what I want to believe.
Me too. Gonta no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
Proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki? If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
I don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Okay, everyone. I'll see you guys after the seance. She said, see you guys after. I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was a suicide. You shouldn't be satisfied with that. And if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. Yeah. So the reason why I didn't suspect it was Tenko, because it really isn't Tenko. So you can't blame me for getting that one wrong, okay? I'll make them all believe.
So
Take
far,
this off.
suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself. With it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Everyone thinks that Tenko commits suicide. We're only latching onto the easiest answer. To get out of this, I need to make them think the suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
It kind of confirms the suicide, though. Cage child, I don't think that
Her
helps.
plan was to take... take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person!
Am I supposed to lie here?
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor.
The last of her strength.
All the pieces fit.
I need to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work. Does that mean I need to lie?
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle
Okay, so we can lie.
and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
So far, suicide seems to be
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
I'll reveal the truth.
There we go. Perjury time.
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor.
Let's go.
Because she died instantly.
Instantly?
Her death might not have been instant, but she couldn't have gone far before she bled out.
I'm certain of it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear it from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail. Tenko died instantly.
What?
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Arigato, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki Roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No! There must have been a way! We're gonna figure it out!
I'm starting to think maybe the blood on the dry blood under the floorboard was a little short asshole. That guy. I keep forgetting his name.
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance? If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the case. The seance. I'm trying to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery. sound during the seance.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, but it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there. I mean, it was totally pitch black. My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
It's pitch black. Yeah.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and how utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something fall.
I agree.
Yeah. Consent. Yeah.
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
There's no way Tenko could have moved that.
Something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
A loud sound, like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. What caused the sound that was heard during the seance? Loose floorboard?
This is it! I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
could the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
Of course.
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That's true. There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. But what was it? What could it possibly be?
All right then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now. So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
They did.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor, then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid. Don't you know me and Balls are the best of friends?
Huh? What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose? I think with everyone's testimony combined, thanks.
So what made the floorboard? Board come loose.
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
No.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
So I'm thinking someone pushed up the floorboard. But I'm not sure how to line that up with the clues.
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
Tried blood on
We
the floor.
already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience.
Don't be stupid. Best of friends.
Why is that a thing I can shoot at?
So what made the floorboard come loose?
The person hit their head.
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That would.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was in a cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
What?
Oh no!
Well, I don't know now.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
It didn't. Okay.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with.
Okay, let's check the hint again. What would have made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose? If I think about everyone's testimony, combine it with facts. Okay, let's see.
So
I don't
what
see
made
any
the
reason
floorboard
why.
come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
I don't think
But
that's
that
that.
statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
That's the only one that makes sense to me. Alright, fuck it, I'm giving up. See. Okay, let me slowly scroll through this so I don't see all of it. Stomped through. Okay, the cross piece was stomped through the floor. Okay. Why stomp?
Damn it!
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna leave the guide open on the minimized window. Fuck it. I have so little of an idea of what's going on now. Because my theory is that someone lifted it, and then used the sickle to stab her. But if that's not what happened, I'm not going to be able to connect any of the clues together then. I need to stop
All right,
imagining
let's
that.
go with that.
Okay.
We all gotta put our heads together now.
I know the cross piece opening was going to be something. It's going to be relevant.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
But I don't know why stomping's the specific
Judging
one
from
we
the
want to
sound,
use.
there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under
Floor. Then stood up with such might. But we already said there was no one on the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floor.
I agree. Kokichi is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
I thought someone pushed up on it, that's why. I was never going to get that. Because my theory was wrong. Okay.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off. After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
Will they stand game? That's the question. Did they set up a lever mechanism then? Where if they push down on the cross piece, it would elevate Tenko? And then stab her? So in this case, I'll need to think carefully about the cross piece and the floorboard. Okay, now that I see the layout, it makes more sense. I thought the cross piece missing was the section where Tenko was hidden. Okay, that's why I didn't get it. Alright. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard. And the corpse and the cross piece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part on the outside of the cage something that had been stomped on. Only one of the cross pieces was cut. The other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko. Another was the center, about where the edge of the cage was. Why didn't we have this to begin with? If we understood this to begin with... yeah. If we understood this to begin with, I would have arrived at a different conclusion. I guess that's what happens if I wait a week, though, without processing all the clues. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Come on, think. Seesaw? Is that the word we want to use? Wait, how do you spell seesaw? Is it C? As in C or C? Seesaw? No, it's two E's. Okay. I think. Oh, fuck. My big-ass thumbs. Wait, why am I using my phone for this? I could just all tab out. Alright, yeah, it's spelled two E's. Oh, man. All the Zoomers gonna make fun of me for having fat thumbs and not being able to text on a phone. Huh? Seesaw. What? A seesaw what? Wait? Maybe? Let's try. Nope. Not C. Not P. Not F. No, not T. E. Is it seesaw effect? Yeah, it's seesaw effect. Okay. Alt F4. I'm gonna start again. I'm not losing points on that. Oh, fuck, I forgot the letter. I got ahead of myself there. feel like seesaw was enough.
I see now. That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
But yeah, during the investigation, it didn't occur to me that the layout was like that. So I never made that connection at all.
A seesaw?
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off. The other two crosspieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece, the next crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever. A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that, unless they used the sickle.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Huh? How?
They had an accomplice.
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a seesaw trick, the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
Let's see. I'm still imagining someone underneath the floor with a sickle. And I don't know if I'm on the right track, but that would require an accomplice. I'm trying to think how else they could have positioned it. How do you position that solo, though? Let me think about that theory. It would have been in the cage, right? Huh. Alright. No thinking. I don't know. Just admit I don't know. Alright. The floorboard seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. There's no way there's an accomplice, right? But I feel like... yeah, like someone up top does the seesaw, and someone else on the bottom uses the sickle. Otherwise, how else we position the sickle beforehand in order to make that work? What conclusion can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been that's consistent with the evidence. Between the victim and the floorboard. Between the victim and... wait, give me time to process this. Between the victim and the floorboard? No, it has to be the back of her neck.
I was wrong!
Let me think. On top of the cage.
That's it! The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down.
Alright, hold up. Not losing the points on that one. It's not my fault the game didn't give me enough time to read all the answers. Ah, fuck, it's not. Oh, here. Oh no, it's windowed mode now. There we go. Yeah, man, this one's rough. It's not my fault, though. There were 2 murders this time. I feel like 15 seconds isn't enough to even read all the dialogue options here.
That's it!
Okay, I don't think that's fair.
The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down. The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage. Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place. It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over. Once everything was in place, if you stepped hard enough on the seesaw, Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
Okay. Which means whoever did this had been the one to put down the blanket.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouch position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide.
Old-fashioned. How many homicides use seesaws?
What the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
That's what I was fucking saying to you!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box. Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
By cutting the crosspiece beneath the floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room. That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not, Himiko?
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
She likely found out about my plans for the seance somehow.
You were quite vocal about the seance, Kyo. You even had instructions for it in your lab.
Our culprit, Himiko, prepared her seesaw trap ahead of time.
Wasn't there, don't we know that, every floorboard was missing that one in all 3 rooms? Was that a clue that was brought up? I thought we saw something like that.
Then she waited for me to host the seance and suggested the middle room. She led us all into holding the seance right where she wanted it. Then, she killed Tenko, all according to plan.
All according to Kakaku.
That's a lie, right? Himiko did such a thing?
In the end, Himiko, who Tenko cherished and loved, tragically killed her.
Wait! We don't know that, right? He's wrong, right, Himiko? Himiko would never kill Tenko, right?
Kill Tinko? I killed Tinko?
Himiko?
What's wrong, Himiko?
Interesting. I wonder, actually, now that I think about it, could it really be as simple as Kyo doing it? It'd be too obvious for him to use the katana to kill Angie. But if he prepared the floorboards for all 3 rooms, he can pin it on anyone who picked. He can pin it on anyone who picked the rooms then, because he prepared it beforehand. Then could Kyo have done that? Huh. Interesting. I feel like, I don't know. I'm sure there's another curveball coming my way though. But that's my running theory now. Kyo did it, both murders. He killed Angie, and then he set up the second murder, and then used Himiko as a scapegoat for asking someone else to pick the room. He set up an alibi for himself. Does it really mean Himiko killed Tenko? Something like that really happened. Something so cruel. Okay, so it took us 2.5 hours to get to the intermission. So that probably means it's gonna be another 2.5 hours to get to there. Let me just quickly check my messages here. All right. Good. Let's resume.
Well now.
Looks like we just reached the intermission segment, which means it's time for our Guess the Victim quiz. A victim quiz, not a culprit quiz. The only victims are the people who are still watching this drawn-out boring crap. Why are you being such a downer all of a sudden?
It's okay.
I am sure everyone is happy. How do you know? They could be skipping this entire conversation for all you know. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm the real victim here. Me. Why are you getting upset? If anything, I'm the real victim. I gotta put up with all this nonsense all the time.
Absolutely right.
Why? He hasn't said anything.
Hey,
Exactly, because there are no victims. Yep, even if you're killed in this killing game, you're a winner. Because then everyone warns you, and you get tons of posthumous popularity.
Daddy!
You don't need to reveal these kinds of behind-the-scenes details.
all right.
Dying makes you more popular, then we gotta die soon.
This is my impression of a spooky, scary ghost.
Ah! I'm fine with real ghosts, but impressions of them are too scary!
Logic does not compute.
All that remains
Did you hear something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
right now? You're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
You know what else is scary? Sweet buns. Yep, tasty, tasty sweet buns. So round, so sweet, so delicious.
That doesn't sound scary at all!
I'm scared too. Scared of losing my friends.
Did you hear something?
Is there a point to this?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure.
Answer us, Himiko. You chose the middle room to lure us into your trap, did you not? Then you used that trap to kill Tenko, yes?
Well, Donkey Lips, did you kill that twat?
Wait, must be some mistake. No way Himiko is culprit.
Then she needs to defend herself. Otherwise, this debate is deadlocked.
I don't care if you gotta use magic to do it, but say something already.
Are you even listening?
No, I'm not listening.
Nani?
I don't care anymore. I'm too tired. Angie died. Tenko died. Why did I have to survive? And now, you're all saying I killed them? I just don't care anymore.
Himiko.
Do whatever. If you want to vote for me, then just go ahead.
The game gets really blah if the suspect isn't into it.
That's not the problem.
Damn it. Don't tell me you've given up.
Himiko, don't give up.
Don't you understand? My life is riding on the outcome of this trial!
Just shut up. I told you, I'm too tired. It's all just a big pain. I can't put up with it anymore.
What are you talking about? If you give up here...
You needn't worry. Himiko was the one who chose that room. Therefore, she is unmistakably the culprit.
He was getting more sussy now.
Impossible! Himiko would never kill Tenko! Himiko not that kind of person. Gonta can tell by Himiko's face.
Himiko's a little slow, so I don't think she's capable of handling a complicated crime.
Burn.
I also think Himiko's not the culprit. Somehow.
Either way, we gotta look for more possibilities.
That does seem like rather a pointless quest.
No, is not. We gotta be strong. Gotta keep thinking. Then we might find new truth.
I feel like Koriki was the one who laid out the blanket, right? So he could have been the one to place the sickle there without us knowing.
So no give up, Himiko!
He could have set it up so that every room had been fixed to commit the murder. And then he could blame it on someone else. Himiko, I know how you feel. I feel the same way after Kaida died. Let me save here. Let me take a quick bathroom break and we'll be back. Okay, back. We can't give up. We survived. We can't give up. For the sake of everyone who died.
Performing the seance in that room was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there.
Was trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yeah, even if Himiko picked the room, someone else could have set that trap.
Your opinions are empty words.
If the culprit's plan were to make Himiko a suspect, I might have persuaded her to choose that room somehow. But how? What would tell us that?
Performing the seance in that...
I don't know if the clue helps here.
was Himiko's decision, was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, why did you select the middle one, Himiko? Because you laid your trap there.
Was trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped too.
Yeah, even if Himiko picked the room.
Okay, wait, we can use the bloody Kokichi. That's why. Other rooms could have been trapped, so we can use that.
Someone else
Could have set that trap. Your opinions are empty words.
Performing the
Seance in
that
room was Himiko's decision.
was it not?
What if someone steered her into picking that room?
Of the 3 empty rooms, what's the middle one? Because you laid your trap there.
Was trap only in that room? Other rooms may be trapped.
There we go.
I agree.
Yay, I comprehended this clue. I almost forgot about that.
It's just like Gonta said. Each room was the same. They were all trapped.
There we go. I knew that was a detail. I kind of forgot it was linked to like Kokichi though.
What? Is that true?
Kokichi will tell you.
I was way too careless. Wait, what are you talking about?
While you were in the room next to the crime scene, you found a loose floorboard, right?
Well, I didn't find it so much as I stepped through it and tripped.
What? Hold on! There was also a loose floorboard in the next room?
So the culprit prepared a trap in all 3 empty rooms, not just the middle one.
If the culprit set traps in all the rooms, then they wouldn't need to select a room themselves.
So the real trap was for someone else to pick a room and take the blame.
I see. We were caught in the culprit's trap all along.
Especially you!
But now there's no reason to suspect Himiko, right?
Himiko, do you remember what Tenko told you?
I hate men? Is that what she said? She said that a lot, so I'm assuming that's that's what we're going with. I hate degenerate males. Keep your chin up and live life facing forward. Survive with me and everyone else. Else. Onegai shimasu. Mas.
Live life facing forward. She said that to you, right? give up on living, you'd be betraying her memory. We're all trying to keep our promises to the dead. This trial, it's not just for our lives. It's for everyone who's died as well. That's why we can't give up. This is our responsibility. We live on.
You're right. Yeah, that's right. If I gave up here, I wouldn't be able to face Angie or Tenko.
That's right! So let's do our best!
Alright, I'm not gonna say it's a pain anymore.
Oh wow, character development.
I won't give up! I'll fight alongside everyone and survive!
Finally.
Do not say everyone. After all, the Blackened is still among us.
Had to do it.
Jeez, there you go. Killing the mood like usual. But damn! Well said, Shuichi. That's what I'd expect from my soul, bro.
Your soul, bro?
I guess he's just saying Kyodai here.
Well, anyway, do you think the Blackened this time has some sort of superpower?
What are you talking about?
Well, as a self-proclaimed expert of stepping through floorboards... Isn't it weird that no one stepped through that floorboard before the culprit used it?
Ah, that is a good point.
It must have been barrier magic.
You know, I'll let that slide, Himiko. You've made so much progress. I'm gonna ignore the dumb things you say for a little bit.
Well, that's one possibility, but I think it might have been something else.
Yeah, let's do a little bit more brainstorming, Himiko. Why did no one step on the floorboard until it was used for the murder? Because of the circle. Ah, that's it. Must be the reason. Magic circle.
This is it! It's because of the magic circle at the scene of the crime.
Also, it's dark in here, so be sure to watch your step. 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 If the magic circle is broken, not only will the seance fail, but it may also unleash a curse.
Before we began the seance, we were warned not to step on the circle. The floorboard in question was within the circle. That's why no one stepped on it.
So the magic circle's purpose was to keep us away from the whole trick.
That was part of the culprit's plans, too?
That's right, in that case, then the culprit is... Well... Did I deduce it correctly this time? There's no doubt in my mind, they're the one who killed Tenko. The only person who had the opportunity and the motive.
It has to be you! Kyo, was it you?
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about Tenko's murder.
Kyo? Why do you suspect me?
Because you were the one who drew the magic circle. The circle kept us from discovering the seesaw trick. But that's not all it was for. In order to make the murder succeed, variables like Tenko's position and the placement of the cage needed to be defined. And those variables were defined by using the magic circle. In short, the circle itself was the most important tool in this murder. Knowing that, the person who drew the magic circle has to be the culprit.
Also, the person who put the blanket on her, right? It was him who put the blanket on her. There was no way to place the sickle there. Yeah, he said everyone had to do everything in order when they disassembled everything. That means he was the one who got rid of the blanket also, which means we couldn't have seen the sickle because he was grabbing it by the sickle also underneath the blanket, so we couldn't see it.
Well, Kyo,
Answer already! Did you do it?
I wonder if he'll actually admit to it since it doesn't matter. This murder.
What is so funny?
I was just thinking. So this is how each blackened must have felt. What an intriguing experience this is.
Oh shit, so he admits it.
What? An intriguing experience?
But if I am the culprit as you claim, then I stomped on the floorboard, yes? So, do tell. How could I have stomped on the floorboard during that darkened seance?
I see. That is problem.
Unless that is made clear, you cannot be certain I am the culprit.
how can you be so calm when you're backed into a corner like this?
I will explain that in due time. Please answer my question first.
The culprit stepped on the exact floorboard, even in the darkness. But how? How do they move around in total darkness? In a room that dark, it's hard to imagine the culprit found the right board. Although, even after I put out the candle, I can move my hand along the wall with my hand.
Wait a minute. Maybe...
Did you figure it out?
That's it, the culprit didn't even have to see it all. They used touch.
That's it! The culprit used touch. They didn't see, they felt.
That way they could get around in the dark, like how I got to the candle.
Wasn't Seesaw in middle of room? Gonta doesn't think it was near wall.
So they probably used something besides the wall to move then, right?
Were there any other markers within reach?
Of course, the answer to that is there was nothing of the sort.
No, I'm sure there was something. Could have just memorized the layout of the circle. The landmark they could have used to determine where the floorboard was. It must have been seen. I know it. Oh no. Hold up. S-C-I-R-C-L-E. Okay. S-E-A-N... No. I don't know what the first word is. I know the second word's gonna be circle. Salt circle? S-A-L-T... Magic circle, maybe? There we go. They could have taken off their shoes. Yeah. It's not as frustrating once you figure out what the word is. Backwards R. Okay. L.
I see now. That's it. The magic circle. They used the magic circle.
All those crossword puzzles in Persona 5 Royal worked out. They finally paid off. Alright.
Remember? The magic circle was drawn with salt. The culprit used the salt's texture to feel their way through the dark.
I see. So Kyo traced the magic circle with his hands to get to the loose floorboard.
Oh, I thought he took off his shoe and felt it, but yeah, that makes sense too. With his toes.
Oh, I see. You drew the magic circle with salt to use it as a guide.
An interesting thought. It is unfortunate that it is so wrong.
Nani?
Recall the document. What did the magic circle look like?
Based on the document, the magic circle wouldn't reach the corners of the room.
So what?
When the room was darkened, each of us was in a corner of the room, yes? The magic circle didn't reach us, so I could not have followed it, yes?
You're talking about the magic circle in the document. That doesn't mean the circle you drew was the same.
No, I most definitely drew it exactly the same. I have it perfectly memorized.
So which is it? Is there any way to check?
Not anymore. The magic circle is a complete mess from being trampled on.
I see another piece of the puzzle. Drawing the circle of salt, but all but guaranteed it would be temporary. The investigation itself wouldn't have gotten rid of the evidence. Clever.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
What a pain. We don't have any way to check it now.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please?
Can the real Slim Shady please stand up?
Well, I guess there's no point in discussing the magic circle anymore.
Hey, may I have your attention?
I said cut that out! It's too bright!
I apologize. I just wanted everyone to listen to me.
About what?
I had Miu add another function to my body, in addition to the flashlight.
A vibrator?
What the? No way! Did you really? Stop! You can't! I didn't install it for that
Please, let me use it. With it, I might be able to save everyone.
Alright, so what is this function?
It's an image recording function.
Image recording?
Specifically, this function allows me to dispense a printout of my own memory. I'll give it a try. Ready?
From your mouth?
I also used magic like that before.
Really, Himeko? Really? You gotta stop with this, Himeko. I'm trying to like you now.
This printout is my memory of being kicked out of the seance. Please confirm that the floor of the empty room is clearly visible. Go on, take the picture and see for yourself.
Okay, got it.
I reluctantly took the paper from Kibo's mouth. So this is the magic circle used for the seance.
Well, Shuichi, Do you notice anything?
Yep, there's a line to every corner. Notice anything?
There! This helped a lot, Kibo. Without you, I never would have seen through Kyo's lie.
We haven't even started on Angie's trial, Angie's fucking case yet, fuck. It's been 3 hours.
My lie.
You just said that you drew the magic circle exactly as it appears in the document. But that's a lie, isn't it? The magic circle at the scene had lines that stretched to the room's corners, which means that you would be able to find the floorboard from anywhere in the room.
So it was different from the document after all.
All because Himiko noticed. And because of Kibo, too.
Hey, where's my thanks? I'm the one who installed that function into Kibo.
Hey, yeah, what was it you were saying about its purpose?
Oh, to be honest, the purpose of that image recording function is to monitor my health.
Huh?
Specifically, I make Kibo use that function every day to analyze my turds.
What the fuck? What? Who wrote this character? They should be arrested. Oh my god.
You're what? Why?
Oh god.
Shit is a great indicator of intestinal health and gut bacteria quality.
That's true, but I'm just wondering why are you worrying about that right now?
Plus, taking a satisfying shit does wonders for a woman's natural beauty, so...
I don't know about that.
See? You're all grossed out! This is why I didn't want to tell you about my plan!
So, it's not just EDP who takes pictures of his shits. Now we know.
Quit talking about your poop. No one cares. Kyo, you killed Tenko, didn't you? Just give up and admit it already.
So, Kyo, if you have any objections, you can...
Your deductions are fiction. Well, since you've given me the option, I will most certainly object. To be honest, it's unimportant, but it may be an amusing diversion.
Unimportant.
Now I shall bear witness to your abilities, Shuichi. Do entertain me. If you are going to claim I am the culprit, then what of the murder weapon? It was set up in the cage. The only people capable of that are Kokichi and Shuichi, who carried the cage. So suspicion should fall on them.
True, we could have placed the sickle there, but we could not have removed it later. Because we weren't the ones who lifted the cage. That was Himiko.
The only person who could have collected the sickle is Himiko. But the only people who could have placed the sickle are Kokichi and Shuichi. But in regards to that dilemma, I did not carry the cage, nor did I had no opportunity to touch the sickle.
I'll cut through your words!
There we go. I made that deduction correctly. Yay.
The only person who could have set up the sickle and retrieved it afterward is Kyo. That was done by covering the cage with a white cloth. You could have secretly placed the sickle when you draped the cloth. And retrieved it afterward when you removed the cloth. Then, while everyone was distracted, you discreetly dropped the sickle under the floor.
Wonderful! That's exactly correct.
Nani?
It's correct. Then why don't you give up already?
The trick I put so much work into is just wasted effort now. Alas.
So, it was you? You killed Tenko?
Let me guess. You'll never forgive me. Himiko, you must hate me so very much. Maybe you'd feel better if I was executed by Monokuma. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Because if you vote for me, every spotless, including myself, will die.
What you talking about, Kyo?
Really? That's different strokes reference.
You still don't understand? I killed Tenko, that is the truth. But it is meaningless in this class trial.
Meaningless?
You mean Monokuma's extra rule, right?
Yeah, that's right. What happens when you vote to your... What happens to your votes if there are two blackened candidates? Well, I have an answer for that. It's first come, first served.
You see, I killed Tenko, but not Angie. For us, Tenko's death is nothing but a trivial issue. Because the blackened in this trial is the culprit who killed Angie.
Alright, let's see if we can... So let's get back to the main topic and see if we can find out who killed Angie. Right now, I feel like there's only circumstantial evidence that might point to Kyo. I haven't connected all the dots yet. I mean, the sword did come from his lab. But that could have been anyone, though.
Trivial issue? No, that's gotta be a lie. You probably killed Angie too.
That is simply not possible. Recall that I was unable to enter Angie's lab.
Oh, only student council members and Kokichi could enter research lab.
How could I have possibly killed Angie when I couldn't even enter her lab?
We can figure that out. No one else could have done it besides you. If you're the one who killed Tenko, you gotta be the one who killed Angie.
I understand how you feel, Himiko, but maybe we can discuss this rationally and calmly. There is a non-zero possibility that Kyo is telling the truth.
So you understand how she feels. I see. Wait, robots can understand human feelings?
Of course I understand. I worked really hard to understand.
Hey, why are you getting all worked up, Kibo? Chill, dude.
That's enough! It's voting time! I'm gonna vote for him!
Voting for me will only help the one who murdered Angie.
Isn't Kyo culprit?
Of course I'm not. This case was an error on my part. Monokuma added that rule after both bodies were found, yes? How was I to know that the trial would only be for Angie's killer? Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have killed Tenko.
You're lying! You killed Tenko and Angie!
Now hold on. Jumping to conclusions here is dangerous.
Yeah, let's try to figure out if there's connections. We only have the katana to work with here. Is there a passage underneath? Yeah, underneath Angie's lab. Could he have gone in through that also?
Mm-hmm. We should talk it out more. This case might have juicy plot twists waiting to happen.
Nuts to that! Any way you look at this case, Kyo is obviously the culprit.
Yeah, there's sort of no other way to look at it.
No, it's too dangerous to vote before we arrive at a logical decision.
I agree with the robot.
The culprit's one of you! Wowee! This argument is getting intense!
The Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Morphin time?
Yippee! I've been waiting for this!
Why were you waiting for it?
Kyo confessed to killing Tenko, but insists he didn't kill Angie. We won't forgive Kyo for what he did, but we can't vote until we know the facts. I have to pin down the evidence and convince everyone.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo, anyone could have entered my lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo, anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he's not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He's planning to use the new rule to protect himself.
Kyo! Not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
We solved the mystery of Tenko's death. Can't
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Very consistent. Our positions look weak. We have to work together. Okay.
Kyo killed Tenko and Angie!
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed her!
Kyo, anyone could have entered my
Ah,
lab.
fuck.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo, anyone could have entered my lab.
I fell for the same problem again.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but
Here,
he's
let me
not
Alt
black.
F4 out of this one. I want to try that again. I know it's happening a lot, guys, but I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk not having enough HP at the end. Otherwise, it'd be a real pain.
Kyo killed Tenko and
Kibo! We don't know for certain that Kyo killed Angie.
He forced his way into Angie's research lab and killed
I got this! But he couldn't get into Angie's research lab.
The katana was found in Kyo's lab.
Kyo, anyone could have entered my lab.
So Kyo did kill Tenko, but he's not blackened?
Kokichi! Perhaps there's a second blackened we need to find.
He's planning to use the new rule to protect.
Kyo, not possible. That rule was added after both murders.
we solved the mystery of Tenko's death.
I got this! Not yet. There's still another mystery to solve. mistake to vote before we've completely solved Angie's murder.
I'm surprised we needed to have an argument about that. Thought you guys wanted to live.
And there's still the mystery of Tenko's murder.
Mystery? What kind of mystery?
Well, Kyo's confession derailed our conversation a bit. But we still have to go over one of the clues found at Tenko's crime scene. I believe it might even have something to do with Angie's murder.
Yes, the outlying piece of evidence at Tenko's murder scene. I mean, there's a couple of different clues that haven't been explained. The forehead injury.
I was wrong!
Wait, what? No, then they agreed. Duct tape.
Damn it!
What clue was found at the crime scene that hasn't been explained yet? Oh wait, is it for the dried blood on the floor? Hold up.
This is it!
Yeah. I forgot we were doing Tenko's.
The blood stain found under the floor.
Oh wait, hold up. Let me do this. Let me restart it. I know we only lost one heart, but... I mean, I've been quitting out whenever I make a mistake already, so I might as well keep doing it.
And there's still the mystery.
Mystery?
Well, but we still have to go over what... I believe it might even have something to do with Angie.
Okay. There goes my reading comprehension again. I forgot we were doing some... We were still on... We were still on... Ah, fuck! I can't talk and think at the same time. I forgot we were going over Tenko's murder still.
The blood stain found under the floor. Maki and I found it during the investigation.
I wish the game gave us a hint again. like when I picked the wrong thing, it should have been more. We're talking about Tenko's murder. I'm telling you, okay, I have a headset on, not all the blood's coming to my head. I'm on stream, I'm not thinking at full capacity, okay? I forgot what she was talking about, okay? It's not my fault.
It was beneath the floorboard that the culprit stomped on.
Is that Tenko's blood?
That bloodstain is too far from Tenko's corpse to have been hers.
Also, the bloodstain was already dry when we found it. But the blood from Tenko's body hadn't even begun to dry yet.
Well, that's weird. Why was that bloodstain the only dry one?
Bloodstain in the floorboard was dry was because it was Angie's blood. It happened before the seance.
That's it! The bloodstain wasn't from Tenko's murder. It was there before we started the seance.
before the seance?
That should make it clear whose blood it was. The blood stain was from Angie.
That's it! That bloodstain wasn't Tenko's. It was Angie's.
Why was blood from Angie at the scene of Tenko's murder?
Yeah, wasn't Angie killed in her research lab?
Just because we found her body there doesn't mean she was killed there.
Ah, I guess that's possible.
If Angie wasn't killed in her lab, then that opens up a lot more possibilities. We assumed that only council members could have killed Angie since her body was in her lab. But if she died somewhere else, then we can't suspect just the council members anymore.
So the culprit didn't enter her lab, but waited for her to come out of it?
I'm not sure if the culprit waited for her, but they probably killed her when she came out. Well, I thought that was more likely from the start. So I went to places Angie might have gone and checked all 3 empty rooms.
Places she might have gone? Why did you check the empty rooms then?
The empty rooms were the only places I could think of that Angie would go.
Did Angie have business in rooms?
It seems Kokichi's up to his usual misleading nonsense again.
Hold up. Let the annoying bastard cook.
I do lie a lot, and I could be lying right now too. But I'm pretty sure someone's panicking right now because of my lie.
And she left her lab on her own and headed to the room where she was killed. Is Kokichi's statement true? Or...
The art research lab is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything in there.
Except for candles.
That's it! She wanted a candle! Keep herself awake at night. She would drip hot wax on her body.
That sounds like something only you would do, Mew.
What did Kokichi see? Something Angie did. That'd be a clue there.
The art research...
The Necronomicon needs a... Oh yeah, you need to light the Necronomicon on fire. That's why.
lab
So it has to be the candle.
is not where Angie was killed. She was killed in the empty room instead.
She left her lab on her own?
But why would she go into an empty room? There shouldn't have been anything.
Except for candles.
That's it! Candle!
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Miyu.
That's it. Angie went to that room to get a candle.
Yeah, her kinky wax play.
God damn you! Shut up!
No. Angie was going to use it for the ritual. According to the Necronomicon, to resurrect the dead.
After preparing the effigy, burn this Necronomicon to ashes. Be cautious. Be mindful of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Then, did she seek out a candle so she could burn the book?
That's right. There's nothing to start a fire with in Angie's lab. So she went to go get a candle from one of the empty rooms.
And that's when the culprit attacked her.
That's why there was dried blood underfloor.
Which means Angie was attacked in the same room the seance was held. Bravo, Himiko. Well done for choosing that room for the seance. If we hadn't done the seance in that room, then Tenko's murder would have been in another room. If that happened, no one would have discovered Angie's bloodstain under the floorboards.
That's right. Shuichi and I only checked under the floorboards where Tenko died.
Yep, it's all thanks to Himiko for choosing the same room as Angie. This must be Atua's will. Or maybe the power of magic.
Or RNG.
It's neither. I just picked one.
Finally, some real character development for Himiko there.
Hold on. You're all acting as though you've proven that as fact already. You claim Angie was murdered in the empty room, and then moved to the lab? Then how do you explain the large amount of blood in the lab? It may be possible to carry a body, but blood cannot be moved.
I think she was still alive after the attack in the empty room. She was killed after she was carried to her lab.
This means the culprit attacked her twice. I have evidence of that. Did I pass over it already? I did, didn't I? There.
This is it! The fatal wound was a cut to the back of her neck from the katana. But she also showed signs of blunt force trauma, and I think I know why. After Angie was knocked unconscious in the empty room, she was killed in her lab.
I see. So that puddle of blood is from the killing blow. Ha! It's all clear now. Angie was attacked in the empty room, carried to her lab, and it was there that the culprit finished her off.
All clear. This is all clear. What are you all talking about? All clear? What is all clear?
You're getting sussy here.
What are you? All clear?
He's oscillating.
What are you all? You what? What are? I will not fear. I will not back down.
Huh?
Sweet Korekio, calm yourself.
What the fuck's going on?
Their words are all hollow. There is no meaning to any of them.
Nani?
You must teach these ignorant children a lesson.
Yes, you're right. Okay, I'll teach them.
What the hell are you mumbling about? You're giving me the goddamn willies!
Don't tell me we have another character with split personality. Jesus Christ, they took every trope they used in the previous 2 games and put it in here. This one case.
Not yet. Nothing is clear at all. It's full of doubts, of mysteries, of a dense, impenetrable fog!
You're not really building a case for yourself here, Korekio. You're just making it kind of worse.
Nothing is clear at all!
We have to do this again. Bloody duct tape, it has to be that one.
Angie was attacked in the empty room first. And then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions? Angie was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
We're not even saying you're the one who did it.
Carried Angie's body, and not a single drop of blood fell. The hallway and empty room had no blood stains.
What?
I was wrong.
What?
You say the culprit carried Angie's body, and not a single drop of blood fell. The hallway and empty room had no blood stains.
What? It's a duct tape, right?
Damn it!
How's it not the duct
culprit
tape?
Carried Angie's body, and not a single drop of blood fell. The hallway and empty room had no blood stains.
It wasn't that either. What?
Oh no!
Wait,
You
how?
say the culprit
It's
carried
a
Angie's
duct
body,
tape.
and not a single drop of blood fell. The hallway and empty room had no blood stains.
What? How's it not that?
I was wrong.
Oh wait. Did I pick the wrong thing?
You say the culprit carried Angie's body, and not a single drop of blood fell. The hallway and empty room had no blood stains.
They're all wrong. Oh god. They're all wrong. They were all wrong. They were all wrong. Fuck. That's why. I thought I was supposed to use the duct tape on that one. Fuck. Alright. I got my hopes up. I should have let him cook first. God damn it.
Nothing is clear. Angie was attacked in the empty room first, and then carried into the research lab? Impossible! Impossible! That's nothing but a delusion! You intend to poison our minds with your delusions?
It's no delusion. Angie's 2 external wounds tell the story. After she was struck in the empty room, she was carried to the art research lab and then killed.
You say the culprit carried Angie's body, and not a single drop of blood fell? The hallway and empty room had no blood stains. Even if you wipe them down later, there'd still be traces of evidence left behind. But there was no evidence anywhere, was there, Shuichi?
I'll cut through your words. There was evidence left at the scene. The bloody tape under Angie's body.
I'm so pissed that I jumped the gun and used the sword on the wrong thing. Like, I knew what the clue was, right? And I didn't want to use my brain to see which one of the counterpoints I was supposed to use it on.
What?
It was wrapped around her head to stop the bleeding while she was being carried.
Bloody tape? Gonta didn't notice at all.
It was under the body. It's most likely evidence the culprit should have gotten rid of. But since it was hidden, the culprit didn't notice and failed to dispose of it.
It must have fallen as the fatal blow was dealt, and ended up under her body.
It must have been Atua who did that for us.
Really? Come on, Himeko. Come on. We were this close. Stop. Stop with that.
What? Atua? How long are you going to keep that up?
Now we know most of the mystery behind Angie's murder.
I'm convinced there's only one person who could have killed Angie.
The guy panicking.
It has to be you! It's you, Kyo. You killed Angie.
I guess as an anthropologist, he fucking hates her religion or whatever.
What the fuck? So it's true!
Well, that was obvious. Such a boring, obvious answer.
You killed both of them. Why did you kill them?
In terms of pure logic, only one victim was necessary to win.
Why? Why you killed them both?
I think one of the murders was an accident.
An accident?
That's right. It wasn't part of the plan.
Huh? Which one?
The murder that was an accident was Tenko's. No, the way Tenko was killed was carbon.
I was wrong!
What? I mean, Tenko chose... He means the cult... Oh, okay. The murder was planned... Okay, Tenko's murder was planned, just not specifically for Tenko. Okay.
That's it! Angie's murder was an accident.
What? Tenko wasn't accident?
That's right. Kyo originally planned to kill someone with a seesaw trick. But while he was making preparations in the empty room, Angie walked in.
Ah, okay.
So he decided to kill her in order to keep her from talking.
She just happened to walk in on the culprit setting up and was killed.
I thought it was because he just didn't like her particular religion, whatever. You know, he's an anthropologist. He's had time to study the humanities, and he probably thought, you know, this Atua bullshit sucked. Yeah. Okay. That was a tricky one though. That question, because you can assume, because the way the question was phrased, I thought it was an accident for Tenko in particular to be murdered, right? That's what I thought they were going with there. But no, they were talking more about the circumstances rather than rather than the victim. Okay. The actual murder of Angie itself was the accident, not Angie in particular. Okay. Or not the victim in particular. The actual event of it occurring was an accident, while Tenko's the event which got Tenko killed wasn't an accident. Okay.
Then you should have just stopped there. He killed Angie. There was no reason for him to kill Tenko.
You only needed to kill one for this game. Killing two is pointless. If you get bonus points for killing more, then sure. Otherwise, it leaves more clues behind.
Why, Kyo? Why you kill two of our friends?
What on earth are you talking about? No, I'm not the culprit. So, why is everyone looking at me like I am? Why? Why are they? Why is it? Calm yourself, Korekio. Yes. You mustn't raise your voice. You mustn't stutter. You mustn't lose composure. You mustn't become flustered. You must... Look at their horrid faces. This sorry lot is not worth agonizing over.
What the fuck's going on? If it's another character with split personality, okay. Like I'll give the case this. It threw me for a lot of loops, but some of these loops are kind of ridiculous now that we're getting here. You can't. You're gonna, like, you were already doing so many callbacks. You have to keep bringing in another personality also. Fuck.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There he goes again. What the hell's wrong with him?
It almost seems like he's talking with someone.
Someone? He's just talking to himself. And why the hell is he wearing lipstick?
Hey, don't judge.
No matter how loudly you protest, this is a trivial matter. I will never acknowledge your allegations. Not a single one of them. But you see, there is no evidence that I killed Angie. No, I will not acknowledge it. I will only acknowledge facts, true events. I won't acknowledge fiction, mystery. I won't acknowledge your deductions or guesses. Well said. Good job, Correcchio. Yes, thanks.
What the fuck is going on with this guy? Or gal? I don't care. Whatever pronouns they want. Alright, let me take a quick bathroom break. And think about what I'm seeing here. Okay, we're back.
Creeps me the fuck out!
No evidence. There's no evidence he killed Angie. Gotta save just in case.
You're wrong. There is evidence.
What? You do realize bluffs like that won't work, yes?
The weapon that was used to knock Angie unconscious in the empty room. That weapon tells us the whole story, Kyo.
That's not possible. I think you may have misunderstood. Apologize. Come on, apologize. 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 Apologize.
Seriously, what the hell's happening?
I have no idea what's happening with Kyo. But I know what weapon he used on Angie. I have to prove it to him.
I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit.
Okay.
You are simply wrong. Yes, I'm not the culprit. So I have nothing to confess. I have nothing to admit. You are simply wrong. I'm not the culprit. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you force your delusions on us? Your logic. That's merely a delusion. Well said, Correcchio. To continue this debate is meaningless. Why must you... I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me! Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me! Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me! Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. Apologize. 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 I told you I am not the culprit. So why are you looking at me like that? You're all wrong, not me! Correcchio speaks the truth. Such a sorry lot. You have no proof that Correcchio is the killer.
Remove floorboard.
It ends here!
What the fuck?
Keo hit Angie with the same floorboard used in the seesaw trick.
I see. And how do you know the floorboard was the murder weapon?
There was a small patch of dried blood on the underside of the floorboard. Angie's blood? Blood that spattered there when the culprit struck Angie with the board. But that's not the only evidence that she was hit with that floorboard. There's also the blood stain under the floor to consider. For that to be there, the floorboard must not have been in place at the time of the attack.
Good point. Had the floorboard been in place, her blood wouldn't have splattered beneath it.
Keo's earlier confession is further evidence that the floorboard was used.
How?
If the weapon used to hit Angie is the floorboard from the seesaw trick,
It means the culprit knew about the seesaw, so the same person killed Tenko and Angie. I believe that while Keo was setting up the seesaw, he was holding the board when Angie walked in.
And he cold-cocked her with the floorboard.
all we can do now is accept it. You even confessed to Tenko's murder already.
That's true. This is the truth.
Looks like we're almost at the end. All right, Shuichi. I'll leave the finale to you. Bring down the house.
Shuichi, please, put an end to this.
Click the manga.
For Angie and Tenko's sake. End this class trial.
I understand. I'll go over everything one more time. Keo, I want you to confess. No, I will force you to confess.
Okay. So what evidence do we have? Sickle, place to kill. Okay, who was the culprit? Okay, let me find a place to put the sickle, place to kill. Let's fast forward here. Okay. There we go. Next clue. Small stone that Himiko brought. Okay. That's the object she rested her head on. Path made with salt. How's the culprit able to move around? Darkness. There we go. Hit the sliding lock. The handle of the spinning katana. Remove the gold leaf katana. What weapon killed Angie? Stuck with duct tape. Was compressing the injury. Okay. Duct tape. Removed floorboard. Okay. The one that knocked her unconscious. Okay. The cross piece. Cut cross piece under the floor. Who was the culprit with the saw in the empty room? Wait, no. This doesn't make sense yet. Stabbed hands, effigy. Okay. Gucci extinguishes the flame. Okay. Cookie picking. When Angie's body was found, who unlocked the door? Okay. Footsteps contaminating the scene. Had the magic circle get erased. Stop part on the floor. When the culprit approached the cage. Now he leaves this one then.
This
The
is
hint,
the truth
the hint
of the
didn't line up,
case.
but okay.
Let's look back at the first murder. It was late last night. The culprit was in the empty room on the 4th floor. The culprit was preparing the seance murder they had planned. To use the floorboard as a seesaw, they had to cut the crosspiece supporting it. The plan was to make the same preparations for all 3 empty rooms. This would divert suspicion away from the culprit and whoever picked a room. To cut the crosspieces, they needed a saw. I imagine they got one from the warehouse. They were planning to cut the crosspieces in all 3 rooms. However, when the culprit was working on the middle room, the unexpected happened. Angie walked into that room and saw the culprit making their preparations. She needed some fire for the ritual and had gone to the room for a candle. that point, the culprit had not finished the setup and was just cutting cross pieces. Angie might not have concluded that it was tied to some kind of murder plan. But now that Angie had seen it, the culprit couldn't use the seesaw trick. Any other person might have just given up, but not our culprit. The culprit took the floorboard they loosened and struck the unsuspecting Angie in the head. The culprit did not want to give up on their plan and had to improvise. They wrapped duct tape around Angie's injury to stop the bleeding. Then they picked up her unconscious body and carried her to a research lab. While she was unconscious, the culprit hurried to tie up this loose end. But because they were in a hurry, they made a crucial oversight. They didn't notice the duct tape had peeled off and was under Angie's body. Without that evidence, we may never have figured out the culprit's trick. Carrying the supplies they needed, the culprit returned to the ultimate art lab. Locked the front door from inside. And took out the katana they brought from their own lab. They then stabbed Angie in the back of the neck, finally killing her. Then, to further confuse us, the culprit attempted to make a locked room mystery. First, they used rope from the warehouse and hung 4 effigies upside down. There were 2 reasons for this: to overwhelm the room with an occult atmosphere, and the other was the key to locking the room. The culprit stuck the katana into Kaede's effigy near the rear entrance. And spun the effigy around to twist up the rope. After enough turns, the culprit let go and headed for the rear door. Once released, the effigy began spinning, and the gold leaf katana with it. The handle of the katana then hit the sliding lock, locking the door. A difficult trick, but remember that the lock was so loose it moved at the slightest touch. The culprit also would have had the opportunity to attempt it many times. Once complete, the door was locked, but the duct tape was left behind. Perhaps the culprit noticed it, but by that point, it was too late. The room was sealed. There was no way for them to get back inside. Then, this morning, we opened up the room and discovered Angie's body. But the culprit wasn't finished. They wanted one more murder. To do that, they manipulated us into performing this seance. the 3 empty rooms, the middle one was chosen for the seance. I was invited by Kokichi to take Kibo's place in the seance. Tenko volunteered to be the medium, but she never imagined it would get her killed. To perform the seance, the culprit claimed they needed something for Tenko. A small stone that Himiko had brought from the courtyard. Tenko, at the culprit's request, bowed her head until it was touching the stone. That position was instrumental in making sure the murder went as planned. Next, Kokichi and I placed the iron cage over Tenko in the middle of the magic circle. The culprit then volunteered to drape the white cloth over the iron cage. We didn't realize it at the time, but that was a deliberate decision by the culprit. They needed to set up the murder weapon that was used to kill Tenko. While they were covering the cage with a cloth, they secretly placed the sickle. Finally, 4 of us placed the wooden statue on top of the cage. The culprit used the weight of the statue to keep the murder weapon in place. After the preparations were complete, we began the seance. In complete darkness, we each stood in one corner and sang the Caged Child song. When the song finished, the soul of the dead was supposed to enter the medium. But our culprit had another plan: to commit a murder in the darkness. Right after we started singing, the culprit began making their way toward Tenko. It would have been quite difficult to do in total darkness, but our culprit had a guide. They used the lines of the magic circle drawn with salt. The culprit felt for the salt and used it to guide them along. And when the culprit reached the center of the circle, they found the floorboard that had its crosspiece cut off the night before. Then lifted up their foot and stomped down hard on the floorboard. The floorboard lifted up like a seesaw and pushed Tenko's body up toward the ceiling of the cage. Tenko was stabbed in the back of the neck by the sickle on the top of the cage. She was killed right before our eyes, and we didn't even see it. After committing the crime, the culprit followed the salt back to their corner finished the ritual, and had us light the candles. We followed the culprit's directions and removed the equipment used for the seance. And discovered Tenko's body. And while we were all focused on the body, the culprit picked up the sickle and dropped it under the floor through the hole in the corner of the room. Ironically, the final step of the murder was unwittingly carried out by us. The culprit had planned the murder so that we would unintentionally destroy some evidence. That evidence was the magic circle that the culprit used to navigate in the dark. However, the culprit didn't know that Kibo had taken a picture. He really saved us. Without that, we wouldn't know what changes were made to the circle. But now we know for certain, and we know the culprit drew the magic circle. Korekio Shinguchi, the ultimate anthropologist. You're the culprit behind these murders. That's where my detective work leads us. It all fits.
You know, going back to Kibo having that picture function, wouldn't he already have like a photographic memory? I don't see why that functionality wasn't already built in on him. No, not that I'm assuming anything about robots, but... Yeah, I stumbled so much during this case. I mean, we were able to pin Korikyu, thankfully, but... like, some of the... clues I wasn't able to connect correctly. I had to stumble my way in order to get there. The biggest, like... the biggest things that escaped my mind during this all was, Tenko's, the floorboards. That threw me off because I wasn't really sure how the floorboard placement was working at the time, so I wasn't entirely sure how that fit in. And whether or not, Angie was an accidental, whether Angie was an accidental kill. I thought, Korikyu would have had his reason for killing Angie specifically. Maybe he doesn't recognize, Atku as a particularly good or interesting god in anthropology from a education's perspective. He just thought it was shit, maybe. That was my theory. So I was totally off on that one.
Sweet Korekio, there were times when it's necessary to admit defeat.
And this thing is throwing me off entirely. What the fuck's going on here? So, does Korikyu have a split personality or whatever? We already have so many callbacks. Like, we already have the katana. We have accusing someone of suicide. Now we have the split personality thing. There was another thing too, I think. We had too many familiar elements. I guess like it was supposed to be for fun. Maybe whoever wrote this was trying to give us a bunch of references, but... I don't know how to feel about it. I have to let it cook a little bit.
Admit? Yeah. Okay.
So you finally admit you did it.
Unfortunately. Yes. Yes. It's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. My one regret. My only regret
was not being able to make 100 friends.
Who the fuck are you, Hitori Bachi?
100 friends?
It was my dream to make 100 friends. Oh, it's so unfortunate! I was so close to 100!
What are you talking about? I do not understand a word of this.
Who gives a fuck? Let's vote for this kooky bastard and be done with this already!
I'm still so confused.
One voting time coming up!
The heart racing excitement as...
The heart racing excitement!
As the blackened and the spotless finally face off!
It's voting time!
Ellipses.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
And voting turnout's getting worse and worse. Huh.
Who'll be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Yay. Totally did in one perfect try, guys. Didn't fuck up at all. Nope. Okay, looks like we used no background, so I'm assuming the one perjury was Ken then. Alright. I found out with the previous case that the perjury I committed there was optional, so that was the background. I do appreciate that the game has multiple paths through it, so that's pretty cool. Sugoi, seriously, you're correct again.
Absolutely right.
Sugoi! This is the third correct verdict in a row! I mean, it's not really uncommon anymore, is it, Monokuma? Canonically speaking, this has to be like, what, the 15th correct verdict in a row for you?
All right.
If you manage to get 12 correct verdicts in a row, you'll proceed to the bonus round. How's this gonna last that long? Ellipses.
For now.
It's finally over.
No.
Not yet. I haven't heard his answer yet. Kyo, why? Why did he kill Angie and Tenko?
Right!
Yeah, he no need to kill them both, no matter what motive he have.
Oh?
Motive?
Hey!
Did your motive have something to do with the transfer student who was resurrected? Even if it did, though, how did that trigger a murder?
Hey!
Don't tell me. You were actually scared of the resurrection ritual, Kaito?
Shut up!
I never said I was scared. The resurrection ritual had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Because we're friends, I'll tell you. I never once believed in the ritual. I would never kill someone over such a silly thing as that.
What?
So it has nothing to do with the motive?
Yeah?
Then, Nandeo.
Yes.
Or the one that I love.
There is someone that I love.
From the bottom of my heart. Someone so dear. Someone I long for.
I love her with all my heart, and she loves me with all her heart. Yes, we vowed an endless love to each other, forever bound by fate. None can come between us. We are bound by an intense love, no matter what anyone says.
Huh?
What?
Bragging about your perfect love life? Fuck you. Some of us aren't that lucky. So to see this lover of yours, you had to escape.
Don't tell me.
That's why you killed Angie and Tenko, but why did you need to kill them both? If you asked if I did it to escape this place, my answer would be no.
Wonderful.
Because I have no need to escape this place. The one I love is inside. Inside.
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his lover.
Yeah.
Calm down. No one would want this disgusting shit stuffed bitch like you anyway.
Kersploosh!
What the what?
Hey!
Kyo, who is it? Who's this person you love?
Hey.
Is it really one of us? When I say inside, I do not mean inside this academy.
You see,
I mean inside me.
Sister.
Yes, the one I love lives. Oh, what? Oh, the one I love lives inside me. is my dearest sister. Oh no, he's a siscon. Oh no. Oh god. Wow. This... I don't know if I should complain about the game being tasteless, but damn. It keeps finding ways to lower the bar.
Huh?
Sister?
Wait!
Don't look at me. I'm not his sister. God damn you, stop interjecting.
Right?
Well, duh, if you were his sister, you would have killed him. He would have killed himself already.
Wait.
Your sister, but didn't you say she was your lover?
Whatever is the matter?
It's not that difficult. My sister is my lover.
I loved her so deeply. And she loved me so deeply.
Wait, is like she like... Is she like your twin? Like inside of you? Like literally? Are you one of those conjoined twins?
The fact that we were siblings meant nothing to us. We called it forbidden love, but none could stop the love we shared.
I hung out with Kyo once and I did not get this vibe at all.
Oh, how I long for my sister's warmth.
Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Hold up, let me... There's this... I just noticed this prompt up here. No physical connection? What the fuck? Did the game just say, oh, well, listen, it's not actual incest, okay? Let's just... They had to put a little asterisk there saying, oh, wait, hold up. No. This isn't it. We swear it's not. Please sell us in America.
The only time I felt at peace was when I was enveloped in my sister's warmth.
Metaphorically speaking, not physically. Because that would be incest, and that's wrong.
For my beloved sister.
I had to...
Always messing around.
You had to escape from here, right?
No.
I had to kill for her.
Huh?
Nani?
Sister.
Was very sickly. She was always in and out of the hospital ever since she was a child. Okay, so they're not conjoined twins. No. So she was like... No. Really? No physical connection? That looked pretty physical to me. Fuck. Because of that, she didn't have many friends. She always seemed so lonely.
However...
Even if I could be her little brother and her lover, I couldn't be her friend. So I thought I'd find her some friends. Friends for my dear deceased sister.
Huh?
Deceased?
Do you understand?
My sister's now a ghost. So her friends should be ghosts too, right?
For my beloved sister.
For my sister's sake, I've killed many to send her 100 friends. They were all wonderful people, worthy of being sister's friends.
Huh?
Nani? If you already had a motive like that, like... Why weren't you the first person to start murdering? Shit.
Incomprehensible.
This is too impossible to understand, too impossible.
Sister.
Sister's very happy.
Yes.
Korikeo, I am very happy. Arigato to you, I am not lonely.
What?
Could this be that the lipstick version of Kyo is...
I am Korekio's older sister.
Thank you for looking after my little brother.
What?
Nani the fuck?
Yes.
After I lost my beloved sister. I was so distraught, I nearly went mad. Nearly. But my sister came to save me.
I am pleased.
She visited me during one of my seances and stayed inside me.
Sister.
Now I can see her whenever I want. I'm never lonely.
Korekio.
That's wonderful, Korikeo. Your love made the impossible possible.
Are you serious?
Is this really a spirit?
I told you.
He's just delusional. What a sad girl who can't believe in the power of love. Oopsies.
Ew.
Either way, he's totally out of his mind. I mean, he killed for a dead chick.
Well, now...
He said he killed a lot already. So it wasn't just the two you killed here?
What was that?
Nani? Seems like he was already crazy before he got here.
Because?
You didn't kill this to escape from here. That wasn't your purpose from the get-go. You just want to slaughter a bunch, huh?
Unacceptable.
Do not make me out to be some bloodthirsty, indiscriminate killer. I only kill girls who I think are worthy of being sisters' friends.
Huh?
Only girls. Naruhodo. So when we were deciding who would be the medium. Before that, let's choose a spiritual medium. It worked best with a girl. You said it would work best with a girl. I spent my time evaluating all the girls here.
Wonderful.
And besides Maki and Miu, they were all worthy. All worthy of being sisters' friends.
Yeah?
All worthy.
Why you?
Hey, how come I'm not included? I mean, not like I care. I think we know the answer to that, Miu.
Then...
The second victim could have been me. Tenko died in place of me. Then I'll do it. I can't think of anyone but me that Angie Spirit should go in. No, I'll do it.
Excellent.
Himiko would have been great, but Tenko volunteering made me so happy. Her noble, earnest heart made her a perfect friend for Sister.
Wonderful.
She even infiltrated the student council to protect Himiko. Huh? Huh? Infiltrate? Really?
But...
how did you... It was obvious to me. I've studied many people. Yes, she stood up. She stood up against the darkness of the school all by herself. And for her beloved friend. I'm not sure why she was upset. Why she was so obsessed with Himiko, but I'm not one to judge, am I?
Beautiful.
She was so touched by that. I was so touched by that. Wonderful. She was a perfect friend for Sister. I can't understand why you didn't like her, Himiko.
Well.
Though I was planning to have you become Sister's friend, too, eventually.
No way!
Nani, you do all that for... Wow. You did all that just to kill. For you to go that far, that's pretty impressive. You were interested in the caged child just so you could use it to kill someone, right?
Let's see.
It interested me as an anthropologist, of course. But more than that.
For my beloved sister!
I want to kill for Sister. I cannot deny that overpowering feeling. Ellipses.
Are you okay?
Kaito, are you okay? You look, kind of pale. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on Kyo right now. Allow me to explain, though. I did not plan to kill both of them. I knew I would have plenty of chances after escaping this place.
However...
When she walked in on me preparing, and I ended up killing her a different way. So I figured I may as well kill someone else, too. After all, it'd be a shame to just waste the seance trick I prepared.
What is that?
You're talking like you killed her just because you could. No, not just because I could. I was sending another friend to Sister.
Correctio.
You're such a thoughtful little brother. But it was bad to get greedy.
Oh dear.
You're right. Because of that, now I can't send 100 friends to Sister. Do you understand now? Those were the circumstances of Kurokiyo's crime. I do not understand. This is all too impossible for me to understand.
Why?
That right, killing 2 friends for your dead sister.
But how?
That wrong. That so wrong. Oh, don't get so worked up. There's something I learned after Sister's death.
Do not worry.
Death only changes a person's form. The soul lives as a ghost.
That's right.
Even though I'm a ghost now, I am always by Kurokiyo's side.
Sister.
Arigato, Sister. I love you. Cut it out already.
What was that?
I don't understand anything you're saying. Nothing's making any sense. These backstories are getting way too fucking crazy. It's not fair. Why did Angie and Tenko have to die for something so unfair?
Well...
Because death is unfair.
And another thing.
All deaths are unfair deaths. Why do you think news stations get such high ratings when they're reporting about death? Because everyone likes unfair deaths.
Maybe.
Well, if you look at it like that, this whole killing game embodies that philosophy, right? Gifted high school students forced to play a killing game. Man, if people were watching this, they would get a kick out of it. If people were watching this.
Shut up!
Knock off the bullshit. Only sick fucks would enjoy watching this.
You got me.
Hell yeah. If I wasn't in this killing game, I would have so much fun watching.
So then,
The nature of this killing game is yet shrouded in mystery. My role in it is over. I've finished my explanation to you, friends.
Sister.
I think I shall go and see her now. My beloved sister.
sister.
I was unable to send her one of her friends. But at least I can send her again. But at least I can see her again now.
Correcchio.
It's alright, sweetie Coricchio. Come to me.
Oh.
Looks like you're already prepared. Now then, let's get started.
It's punishment time!
The moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time.
Huh?
Punishment time.
Sister.
My beloved sister. At long last, I finally get to see you again.
That's right.
Yes, from now on, no one will try to stop us. We can be together without having to hide our love from others. Mate, I can't accept this.
Therefore,
Like I said, there's no such thing as a death that can't be accepted. That can be accepted.
from an anthropological point of view,
Why do you think so many different cultures have funeral rites? Why do you think rumors of ways to resurrect the dead never cease?
yes.
The living must find a reason, however, first, to accept death when it happens. How you come to terms with death also determines how you live, yes?
What was that?
Nani? That's the answer I reached. How about you? Will you live a life that faces death?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate anthropologist, Gorikyu Shingunji.
I shall observe.
I'll watch over you all as a ghost. As your friend, I will watch over you.
That's right.
I won't be able. It won't be just me and Korikyu. All of those who died will be watching. I'll be watching to see how you face the death of your friends.
Humanity is beautiful.
I'll be watching forever and ever.
It's punishment time!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time. Huh? Stop this. Please, someone stop this. Nani? You know what? I think Monokuma was right this time around. Kurikyu had to be died and had to die and be exercised. This was an ethical murder. The one ethical murder I feel so far in this game.
Oh, Gory!
No, Mono, damn right.
can this be?
What the? To think my cute child would commit suicide. I really hope there's a payoff to all the Mono Cubs. Because I don't see the point right now. I still don't.
Yay!
It's so kawaii. It's so freaking kawaii that he would kill himself because he couldn't get along. Monodam committed suicide. Had I known this would happen, I would have been nicer to him. The only reason Monodam obsessed over getting along was because everyone but me bullied him.
That's right.
But the other Mono Cubs drove him to suicide, but not me.
Hey.
Who's Monodam? You already forgot? That's kind of scary.
Well now.
Well, it looks like another class trial has wrapped up without incident, so I'm gonna take back this Necronomicon. Seems like a waste, though. You guys sure you don't want to use it? You guys should have brought someone back to life and added them to your roster. Ursai, how long have you're gonna keep talking about that?
I told you.
Ignore him. The whole resurrection ritual was obviously a lie. He's trying to shake us mentally to get us to panic.
What's the point?
I'm assuming you'll think another murder will happen if you do that, right? Who can say? Well, wasted. None of you were gonna use it. You should have let me have it. That could have resurrected one of my dead siblings. Which one? I don't know. They're all pretty terrible, actually. Wait, did one of us die? I could have sworn it's been just the two of us this whole time.
Oh, yeah.
It's too bad you missed your chances to raise the dead. That's what you get for doubting me. Too bad.
So long. Farewell.
There better be an interesting payoff with the Mono Cubs. I feel like otherwise, like he could have just wrote them out of the story and it still would have been fine. Even now, he still thinks about raising the dead.
Always messing around.
Man, this is stupid. What people believe in is up to them, but living people shouldn't have to suffer because of the dead.
Of course!
The living are more precious than the dead, no matter what. And that's not something a coward like you should say. Aside, leave me alone.
What?
But there's one thing this case taught me. I thought there was a god watching over us, but there isn't after all. Not in this academy. Yeah, you're right. God is dead. Nietzsche was right.
You're right.
Well, then that's why we have to work together, right? Face together. Our ultimate talents are the best weapons we have.
Going to do his best.
They're going to do his best to keep everyone safe. Going to want to protect everyone. But your talent is etymology. And I don't want Shuichi to use his ultimate talent anymore. I'm getting sick of his class trials.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, your talent as an assassin is way more trouble. Where are you gonna use that, huh?
Okay,
I'll work hard until everyone trusts my ultimate talent. Huh?
that's right.
It may not be possible now, but I'll put in the effort so everyone can trust me. I won't run away anymore. I want to survive and escape this place with everyone. Maki. Naruhodo. I wonder how long that'll last. Well, if your true calling as a killer shows. Don't underestimate her. Maki rolls one of my sidekicks.
Got a minute?
I don't remember being your sidekick. Also, did I tell you to stop calling me Makiro? Oh, you guys are so close now. This must be the powerful bond of friendship. I would have preferred it to happen sooner, especially now and after losing 7 people. You're right. Only 9 people left now. Well, what do you know? The dumbass can do basic math. That's right, 7 pieces of shit have been flushed away, and only 9 remain.
Actually...
By that calculation, doesn't that make you one of the pieces?
But...
Just 9 of us.
Well, you know...
Humans are like weeds, too numerous to count. 7 of us dead doesn't mean much in the end. That's totally what the heartless robot is thinking. Right? Right?
How rude!
No, I'm not thinking that. Your blatant robophobia is simply inexcusable.
But you know...
But hey, none of us gave up, right? I know we're all gonna escape. I'm not gonna rely on a god, spirits, or the dead.
I believe in you.
Just you guys. I believe in all of you.
Okay.
Kaito,
Well, of course.
you're right. Those of us who remain can start over.
Hey.
Chotamate, Keyboy needs to apologize to everyone for the whole student council thing. And there's only one kind of apology that I'm willing to accept.
How exciting!
Yank your head off and smash it onto the ground with all your strength. Got that?
No way!
I've never heard of such an intense form of apology. It seems like everything's settled for now. Even though we're missing her.
You alright?
Himiko, you okay? Anything Gonta can do to help? You can tell Gonta.
Hey!
I think we should let her have her space for now. That might be best for her.
Okay.
I remember how I felt.
Oh.
Gonta, understand.
You're so dumb.
God, Himiko's such a liar.
Huh?
Because I'm a liar.
Firstly, I don't think lies are exactly a bad thing. Let's face it. You wouldn't have any free will in the world if the you wouldn't have any free will if the world was comprised with just the truth.
But
And even then, I don't think it's good to lie to yourself, you know?
Right?
What are you saying? Think about Himiko's feeling a little bit.
nuh-uh.
I only said this because I thought about it.
Because
Himiko has been lying to herself about her own feelings. So she's been holding back.
hey,
Hey, what are you repressing? Why are you trying so hard to hold back? Nani? Hold back? Expressing your feelings is perfectly natural. You shouldn't feel ashamed at all. Oh. So, if you feel like crying while you're talking to Angie, go ahead and cry your eyes out. Out. You'll feel better when you do. Well, I mean, laughing makes you feel better too. And venting your anger onto something can really cheer you up. Train your heart by crying, laughing, and venting your anger, Himiko. Ellipses. Tanko, Angie, I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely without you two. But I gotta survive. I still can't go where you are. I'm lonely. I'm so lonely without the both of you. Himiko.
Damn it.
Himiko cried for a long time. She cried as if she was releasing all the emotion she had bottled up inside. Or before we knew it, as if lured by her doing so, we began crying. The tears we shed, I can't even describe it. We were crying about what we had been through, and what was to come. Sadness, hatred, frustration, discord, anger, love. Tears filled with emotion. But at the very least, they weren't tears of submission. They were tears to push us forward. After a while, Himiko finally calmed down. However,
Is she hard to carry, Gonta?
No, she fine.
She's sleeping very peacefully.
she's all tuckered out after crying. Robots sleep well after leaking their oils too, right?
I have told you many times that I do not use oil as my fuel source.
But wow, that really surprised me. She passed out as soon as she stopped crying.
Yeah, but she looks so peaceful sleeping like that.
She probably felt better after letting it all out, don't you think?
Yeah, I hope so.
Then Gonta carry Himiko to her room.
Make sure you focus real good on your back, you hear me? You'll need that focus if you want to feel her little mosquito bites poking ya!
There's no way he'd do such a thing. Gonta is a gentleman after all.
While we were heading back to the dorms, I suddenly noticed Kaito had stopped in his tracks. Ellipses. Kaito, what's wrong? Nah, nothing. I just wanted to get some night air. Don't worry about me. Go on ahead.
Huh?
Nah, sure.
Well,
Anyway, don't do something like this again, okay? If you just like scary things, then you should have said so earlier. And I thought you were sick. You were worried about me. Yeah, worried about your stupidity. Yeah, still haven't warmed up to me, huh?
But
Maybe not, but I feel like the walls we had up are coming down a little, you know? Perhaps those walls were her enemies. It seems she doesn't want to wait anymore.
Got it.
Yeah, because of me.
okay.
Yeah, maybe. But you sound like you're bragging, Kaito. Yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna get some air before I go back. You can go on ahead.
Okay.
Sure, got it. See you tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. After our goodbyes, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't notice what was going on with Kaito. Cough. It's Ligma.
Damn it. I don't have time to be dying. I still haven't gone into space yet. Damn it. No way am I gonna die here. No way.
No, don't give Kaito a motive after all that. So that title was a lie? Transfer student from beyond the grave. It's weird. You didn't mention the intermission when I saved, huh? I guess I saved over it? I usually try to do like one of... Oh, I guess I saved over it by accident. Oh well. I tried to have like a reasonable setup for my saves. A sensible one. Oh well.
Hey there. Guess I don't have to introduce myself, huh?
Alright. Well, you do have to introduce yourself, but we'll save that for next time. Main menu. Alright, that's gonna be it for today's stream of Danganronpa 3. Yeah, I mean, like, the general case, we were able to follow it, but there were so many smaller details about it that, I guess, yeah, flew over my head. Yeah, like the, it was just the board, the placement of the board. I didn't really fully process that. I thought the cut of the floorboard was where the compartment for Tenko was to be lifted. I didn't realize it was the fulcrum for setting up the seesaw. So that threw me off very early on. But we were at least able to, like, once we figured that out, we were able to connect that with the fact that all three rooms were rigged. In which case, it only made sense that Korikyu was the culprit. What else threw me off, though? I feel like sometimes with the game, like the mini-games, like, at least with the non-stop debates, sometimes I misinterpret how I'm supposed to be using the clues. It's really, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm sure, like, some other people, I'm sure I'm not the only one who has trouble sometimes trying to process how the clue is supposed to be utilized relative to the arguments. You know, it's all semantics, right? Yeah, you have to have, unless you're in the state of mind of the person who wrote it out, it might not be as straightforward, you know? So cut me some slack there, guys, if I made a bunch of dumb ideas there. Oh yeah, I was really pissed about the whole picture there. Like, I remember there's a hole. I picked the wrong part of the picture for the hole, though, so... that was really frustrating. Yeah, and the accident aspect of it. Like, to be fair, like, it was an accident that Tenko was the one who got killed, rather than Himiko or whatever, but... I mean, like, it was accidental in the sense that it wasn't on purpose that Tenko was the one. Okay, it didn't matter, right? It wasn't an accident. Who got killed second? Okay, yeah. Though, like, you can't blame me for that, though, okay? I'm sure I wasn't the only one who made that mistake. Yeah. Any other comments about the case? Oh man, like, I don't know. You know what? Yeah, I think it was brought up before. One of the viewers here said that it does get even more lewd. Danganronpa 3 compared to the prior ones. This game has definitely gone lowered the bar in terms of taste more than the previous game. So yeah, I think that's true. We have fucking incest now, and Miyu's character. Oh god. Like, I'm okay with some fan service and whatnot, but what the fuck? This character is just... her personality is just so repulsive. Alright. Okay, that's gonna be it for this evening. I wonder how low the bar is going to get with the next chapter. How much more can the writers of Danganronpa disgust me? We'll see. Well, we're about halfway through the game now, so just halfway left to go. All right, guys. For anyone who's watching, thank you for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys next time. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.